The mission of Club de Madrid, translating this democratic vision into positive change in our lives. Club de Madrid is the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers that leverages their experience to create spaces for dialogue, build bridges, give voice to those otherwise not heard, and provide advice to current leaders at a national and multilateral level on the challenges they face. A unique and independent alliance to achieve the strong, effective and democratic practice necessary to improve our lives and better serve the aspiration of citizens. Moving forward starts by taking just one step. But to make this world a better place for all, we must continue turning ideas into action. Take the step and be part of the change.
With mounting fiscal constraints and waning international financial cooperation, the world faces a critical question. How can we sustainably finance a future that works for both people and the planet? The failure to deliver on financial commitments has left over 85% of the SDGs off course, deepening inequities and endangering shared global public goods, with the heaviest toll borne by the Global South. On 3rd to 4th April 2025, Club de Madrid, the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers, brought together leaders, experts and institutions at the United Nations office in Nairobi for its annual Policy Dialogue 2025, Driving Sustainable Futures for All. The gathering issued a strong call for urgent and transformative reforms to the global financial governance. In today's multipolar world, rising nationalism, protectionism, and distrust are fragmenting supply chains and constraining fiscal space. Addressing these challenges requires broad and inclusive cooperation, grounded in political will and shared principles that align finance with the needs of people and planet. Multilateralism must be renewed, not abandoned, to close the financing gap. 2025 presents a pivotal moment, with key milestones such as the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the World Summit for Social Development, South Africa's G20 Summit, and COP30 in Brazil. The Club de Madrid's annual policy dialogue in Nairobi in 2025 charted a clear agenda to capitalize on these opportunities. Several recommendations emerged from the discussions, highlighting the need to scale up and reform multilateral development banks to mobilize $300 billion a year by 2030, reform global liquidity by expanding crisis response tools and reinforcing regional financial safety nets to ensure faster, fairer access to finance, establish a UN-anchored sovereign debt framework through a permanent, independent mechanism to coordinate debt restructuring and link debt relief to development goals, prevent future debt crises by implementing counter-cyclical, vulnerability-based finance, rebalance international taxing rights and introduce a global minimum tax on the ultra-wealthy, protect and scale up official development assistance to 0.7% with 0.2% for least developed countries, and ensure climate finance is not seen as an add-on to development but as a fundamental part of it. Align private sector investment with climate and development priorities, leverage digital technologies to enhance inclusion and transparency, ensure accountability for global financing commitments. Leaders must seize this moment, not as another summit cycle, but as a turning point to align financial systems with shared human and planetary goals. This is the time to show that leaders can come together to take action and deliver meaningful outcomes on an agenda that affects us all.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. So today's the second day of this distinguished meeting. I hope you all have been refreshed from the evening and ready to focus again on the important issues before us. So we start this second day, in a sense, back where this organization began. 25 years ago, it's hard to believe, at the start of a new millennium, here in Madrid, the 2001 Conference on Democratic Transition and Consolidation brought together a group of leaders who had brought their countries out of a difficult transition into democracy. Out of that moment, the Club de Madrid was born. To reflect on how the landscape has changed since that moment, and to consider what lies ahead for today's leaders over the next 25 years, it's my honor to welcome the host of that 2001 conference and a member of the Club de Madrid, the President of the Government of Spain from 1996 to 2004, José María Aznar. Welcome.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the Club of Madrid for inviting me to be here. I feel honored to be here. I will address you in my native language, Spanish, and I would like to thank you for your presence and wish you a fruitful conference. 25 years have gone by since that conference on transition and conference on democratic transition and consolidation that led to the setup of the club. This organization was born at a time where Spain had high hopes on the future of democracy. So much hope that it was thought at the time that democracy had absolutely won the game, that there will be different versions of it in the future instead of alternatives. It was said at the time that history had reached end happily, and today I've been invited to reflect upon the frustration that we have with regard to those expectations. And I would like to touch upon and to discuss an element which is so vast and difficult to understand. And it is, in any case, the starting point is very clear. We have awakened suddenly of the end of the dream of the history, and the scenario and the landscape that we have now is completely different from the one that we had 25 years ago. Eroded institutions, questioned democracy, and autocracies and populisms openly question the values of that past world order of which we are witnessing the end of it. This should be the starting point to understand the historic crossroad that will force us to face up to unheard challenges in demography, in economy, and in technology. What are the values, partnerships, strategic purposes, and experiences that will help us come out successfully of this historical crossroad? I will focus my answer to the national and European field. And dear friends, if the West, after the fall of the Iron Curtain, started to dream of Europe we should not forget that we, Europeans, allocated the responsibilities of our security and to third parties. We are no longer used to a fight with unpleasant realities. And we have awakened, shaken by the war which is being fought on our land. But we are also seeing realities that we are reluctant to face up to. I will share some data with you. Since 1980, the weight of the US in the world health has been around 25%. The weight of China has been multiplied times 9, and that of the European Union has been reduced by half, going down from 30 to 15%. What does that mean? That means that the future of the world is being written by others, because we have chosen comfort. We have given up on efforts, on innovation, on risk, on all the conditions that made freedom possible. And I am not dooming, but whenever in a spacecraft there is a problem, warning about it is not pessimism. If there is a willingness to repair the break. Pessimism is about giving up and abandon the vessel. So today we need resolute attitudes for not going to the cemetery of retrospective enlightenment, because we were not able to make decisions on time. We are not expecting easy solutions. Let's remember what Tacit warned us about. Due to the weakness of human beings, remedies are slower than the illness. So the body also extinguishes itself, but asphyxiating talents and competence is also easier. If we are ready to pay for that price, we can still be the owners of our own destiny. And that's why not fixing our vessels will depend on us. And coming back to Spain and Europe, we want to bring back the spirit of freedom and hard work, which are necessary conditions for future prosperity, as it was the case in the past. Europe is undergoing inertia in the medium term that leads to debts that overflow the productive capacity of countries. Governments that are limited to raising passive citizens, and with economies that do not leave enough room for growth or for young people to thrive. The future of Spain will be about being at the part with the challenge coming from AI, which is the largest challenge that humanity is facing up to. We should consider all the opportunities and the risks coming from technological tools. However, we should also properly understood that same as Europe was the winner of industrial revolution at the end of 19th century, Europe has lost current technological revolution. Still, we need to think how we can catch up with that progress in a race, in a competition where artificial intelligence is going into the productive models of all the developed powers, and which is one of the key elements for geostrategic competition among powers. And at the same time, it is one of the biggest threats that humanity is facing up, an existential threat. And we are obliged to be well aware of it, and as well as to assume the risk of development of AI. Another huge development is our collective safety. A war in Europe, a conflict in the Middle East with dangerous players such as Iran, a disruptive presidency in the US, and gloomy horizon in the transatlantic relationship and that of the NATO. I believe that defense is an existential safety. When there are no problems in the horizon, security is expensive. However, when there is a problem, we all understand that defense is not expensive. So we need to have responsible leaderships. Dear friends, I believe that the governments that put citizens in conflict with each other, governments that polarize societies, end up being a source of disruption. And I'm sorry to say that this is the case of today's Spain, a country that does not work economically nor politically. We are being pushed to forget about our liberties in Europe. Significant reduction of purchasing power of middle-income people. Also, the public sector, which has been weakened, or the overwhelming unemployment among young people. And when corruption is obvious and the focus on it is diverted, not focusing on what should be faced up to. For instance, through improvising foreign policy to distract the attention of citizens. That is always very dangerous, as it compromises national interest. Understanding foreign policy as a way of escaping from home policy compromises national interest severely, and there is a price to it. And we can see that on a daily basis due to the relevancy or lack of relevancy of countries abroad. Political stability of our nation is now dependent on those who deny our nation. This is a historical fact. Putting stability of the nation in the hands of those that deny the nation. However, these are the signs of our times, these are the times of our legislature, and these are the signs of what is happening in Spain. The purpose of governing parliamentary democracy, giving the back to the parliament, was attempted. That is to say, governing, not taking into consideration the parliament of Spain. That was said and done. We are being told that we should normalize the budget coma, which is kind of euthanization of the parliament. There are many examples there. There is no parliamentary trust, and because of that, voting system does not work. There are prosecutors that are being taken to justice, ministers that have been also prosecuted. And the main argument that is being used is that, flexing lack of competency. However, we should not deceive ourselves. We cannot, Spain is governing, giving its back to parliament, and with lack of honesty. This has been so for 8 years. We have had unconstitutional states of alarms. We have seen how the Senate was removed of some of its competences. We see a gradual dismantling of the checks and balances. What is the relationship of all that with the rule of law and the democracy? What about the normal operating of democracy with the game of trying to prevent democratic alternative from taking place? Those who create all that do not matter, doesn't matter at all to them. I am an old Democrat, and when I say I am an old Democrat, I mean that I am, well, we should not forget about what has been said, the need to preserve the faith in democracy and the value of alliances among those that share values and civilization. Democracy that is never guaranteed continues to be the answer. However, let us make it clear. Democracy engages leadership. The big question about political order was always the following one. Who will rule us? Who will govern us? The democratic answer is that we will govern ourselves. However, that suggests other type of question. If we're going to govern ourselves, how are we going to choose our leaders? Political leadership nowadays has an additional responsibility, responding to the social trust. Each institution co-depends on others, and all the institutions together make the whole of the institutions reliable. Many of our difficulties come from every attempt to face up important challenges. It's being obstructed through narrow partisanship. If we tell young people that they are inheriting a pile of crap, we cannot really be surprised when they just don't want to take on that legacy. If we tell our leaders that we want entertainment, we should not be surprised if they behave as clowns. So therefore, it is all the more necessary to talk about grandness among so much noise. It is urgent to understand that political grandeur requires moderation and instead of vulgar self-indulgence. Any society learns how to take itself more seriously thanks to the leadership of state people that take themselves seriously to start off with. And this is so because specific personality and a mix of virtues. Moderation is always the most difficult virtue, as it requires contention in people that could end up being bold. Ethical leadership moves away from the current trends of those times. However, nowadays the capacity to escape from Twitter masses, it is more difficult than ever. According to Aristotle, the political life of a free society is a humanizing scenario to moderate conflict and also to look after the civil common good. We couldn't describe our political life today as such, but this is the way we should understand it and try to engage in it. And of course, we should understand what leadership means in crisis situation. Does not make us owners of the formula to get it whenever we need it. The actual grandeur is intrinsically rare. This year we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of United States independence. In that independence, we can remember what James Madison, the main architect of the Constitution, warned. We will not always have clear-minded state people at the head of the state. And that's why constitutions are there, to limit the power of demagogues. There should be systems that we cannot expect having these clear vision state people governing countries. That's why it is all the more necessary to defend the democratic safeguards, as they are a guarantee against political dishonesty, and they are the best way to wait up until Grandeur comes back and responsible leaders come back. And I hope that all the work of the Club of Madrid contribute for that time to come to us as soon as possible. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you so much for those clear-eyed words and that vision for the future. From there, I'd like to bring the discussion from that high level down to the grassroots. This is often where I, as a journalist, turn my gaze. When leaders promise public goods, whether that's vaccines, water, security, journalists will look to the ground to see, are those actually being delivered to people where they are and when they need it? And as we know, that's often where trust can break down. So to examine that, this is the work of our next plenary session, delivering global public goods across levels. Cristina Manzano will be your moderator, and she has a very distinguished panel. They have a lot to say, and I hope you all will give them your full attention, which means, please, of course, silence your devices. And with that, let me welcome them to the stage. President Olusegun Obasanjo, Prime Minister Jan-Peter Balkenende, Mr. Anton Leis Garcia, Archbishop Luis Javier Arguello Garcia, Dr. Sanya Nishtar, and Ms. Eleni Paluras. Took the shortcut.
Buenos días, es un placer estar aquí, también es un reto estar acompañado de panelistas tan distinguidos. Bienvenidos a todos, soy Cristina Manzano, directora de Relaciones Exteriores de la Secretaría General Iberoamericana. He sido invitada porque soy miembro del Consejo del Club de Madrid y también como representante de Diego Hidalgo, el fundador del Club de Madrid. Laura Chinchilla y el rey de España recordaron ayer el trabajo que había hecho Diego Hidalgo. Su visión era reunir la visión de los gobiernos, de la sociedad, de los
but it also represents very well the purpose of the Club of Madrid itself. If you remember the claim, it's democracy that delivers. And this is about delivery. This panel is about how to bring down to earth these discussions, how to make reality to the citizens, the purposes of and the idea of global public goods, not just the idea, but how to make that a reality to the people. And for that, again, we have the experience of government, public, international and regional institutions, public office, also the church, and civil society. So welcome to all of you. In the plenary sessions of yesterday, we already spoke about these concepts, about how to finance them, what kind of institutions are needed. We also spoke about the UN, but today we need to talk about how to break the layers between global, national, global, regional, global, local, and how to, as I was saying, how to deliver that. So since we don't have much time, let me ask you first a question to all of you about your own experiences in breaking this gap, breaching this gap, how to make possible delivery in practice, and what kind of institutions, what kind of politics, what kind of social layers we need to make public good to move beyond agreement and become something that people can rely on. And ultimately, what this policy dialogue is also about, how to regain trust, how to regain the trust of the citizens in democracy. So, President Obasanjo, what is your experience? What would you share with us?
Thank you very much. I haven't just listened to President Jose as I know. I will say to all members of Club de Madrid, congratulations. In my part of the world, when we have good things, we say, I congratulate myself and I congratulate you as well. I think Club de Madrid has lived up to its objective in the last 25 years. And I say well done. Now, as you rightly said, we spent the whole of day before yesterday and yesterday talking about the ingredients. And it's like making a good soup. You have to get the ingredients. And I think we have got the ingredients, health, finance, and all that. Now, when we put all these together, I still believe that there are fundamentals that must be in place to get the soup together and be able to share it out. And there must be the chief chef and then the subsidiary or lower chef to make what we want to do. And the chief chef in this case is the international, the global organization, the UN. We talk about the UN. Then the regional organizations, ASEAN we talk about, AU we talk about, Central American organization we talk about. Then we come down to the national, and then of course to local and to communities. And each of them have a role to play. And I will just give, and where we always go wrong is when we do not allow subsidiarity, which is very, very important in this, to actually play or take its place and play its role. Where we have allowed that to happen, we can talk of success. And let me give one or two examples. We had a problem in our part of the world, in Liberia. And we in West Africa, under ECOWAS, decided, and we formed what was not even in the charter of ECOWAS. We didn't have any military. The ECOWAS was purely economic. And then we saw we had, suddenly, it dawned on us that we had a problem that we had to deal with. And we formed what we call ECOMOG, ECOWAS Monetary Military. And we handled the situation of Liberia. And if we hadn't done that, Liberia would not have got the peace and security they had, and then the situation they have today. We were able to do that because it was left to us at the sub-regional level to handle. We wanted to handle Africa, wanted to handle Libya. And we said to the world, leave Libya for us. We have the way to deal with Libya and Gaddafi. Just leave it to us. That was not left to us. The world felt that they can do it better than we could do it. And they did it. They left Libya in a mess. And that mess is still with us till today. And we cannot solve it. That is one failure and one success. Another one where we went in on our own and we managed is in Sudan. We had Darfur. And before the United Nations could even put its act together to help, we went in and we were able to manage Darfur. We didn't have that type of thing in Rwanda, and the Rwanda disaster still is there on the conscience of the world and humanity. So I believe that at the level that things can be done and carried and supervised and sustained, it must be left at that level and must be encouraged to be done at that level. And I believe also that we say that dignity, human dignity, mutual respect. Now, people talk of national interest. What of human interest? I believe human interest should supersede national interest and the commonality of human beings. We are all the same. Why should I be sold as a commodity by another human being? Why should I be a commodity and then you talk of human dignity? Now, these are things that we should now put in a new world order. An order where you say, yes, you want to dominate, hegemony, and it doesn't work, and it will not work. But I am confident and hopeful and optimistic because we have had a situation like this before. In the 1970s and 80s, the world was concerned about possibility of nuclear war. And we were all worried about that. But what happened? Almost all the world organizations and institutions were concerned. I remember I was a member of Lord Palmer Commission, and we went round and we submitted a report on the fact that a nuclear war cannot be won by anybody, and therefore it will be a disaster, a monumental disaster for the world. And then WHO had their own, and human regional organizations. So we were able to quell, so to say, the fear, the idea of nuclear war being waged and won by anybody. There were war games showing that it cannot be won. And I believe that we must now also, the way we are doing, the way that Club de Madrid is doing, we have influence that we can bring to bear on the world in such a way that we talk of commonality, common interest, common security, shared prosperity. That should be the way we should see the world and the new world. And that way, we can get things delivered at the level of community. It's like saying the United Nations should manage a football field, a stadium. No, that's not for the United Nations. Let the municipal or community manage the stadium, and let the United Nations deal with climate change. Now, let Africa deal with the green wall, and that is not for the United Nations, that is for Africa. I believe that way we will get to where we're going.
Thank you very much. I forgot to mention that Monsignor Abello has to leave because he has to catch a train. So I will switch the order and ask him, and I will also switch to Spanish. Monseñor, aprovecho y le hago las dos preguntas que teníamos pensadas juntos. Por una parte, ¿cuál es su experiencia en
Now I would like to switch languages. I've got a question, which is the role of the church doctrine. Human dignity has been mentioned here. This is something that lies right at the heart of the church, and we've also listened to the Holy Father. So I've got this question for you, so that you have time to catch your train. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to address the audience right now, and also thank you very much for your invitation. I think I am here because of the influence and the impact that the Holy Father has got on the subject we are discussing today. So this is why I brought the Encyclica Humanitas, that refers precisely to human dignity in these times of industrial revolution, of artificial intelligence. I've also brought with me this speech that the Holy Father addressed to the Parliament, Spanish Parliament. In his speech, he referred to Spanish questions, but he also enlarged it to other world issues. What is the church doctrine about? It is a question of making known the doctrine through different churches to society. And this purpose has got two main targets. The first one is the mere existence of a mystery that we call God, God, our Creator, and our Father. And this is why two of the main topics of the common good do not depend at all in ideologies, but on fraternity, and on liberty. The scream and the shouts coming from the French Revolution, but we believe that from the mystery of God, our Father, human dignity is not a value, it is a fact, because it has common ground. Our motherland is not only a magnificent creation, but it is the home to all of us. This provides us with our faith. And our faith provides a concept of what it means to be human. Being a human being means a human being with dignity. All of us have been created to the image of God, and the dignity of human beings do not depend on legal positivism, but
on something that pre-exists any constitutions, any regulations, that it provides us with a relational understanding of us human beings. It is not a posterior contract. From this statement, from these foundations, which are at the basis of the church doctrine, the church can provide the following to the common good. It is a village among villages. A church has got a universal nature and a local nature, because how to govern the world universally entails governing the world locally. After understanding and realizing that we are living in a globalized world, we then need to understand that we should not close ourselves to others. And to do that, we need to recourse to the local. That is the position of the church. The church is both universal and local, just as our Holy Father. This is why the social doctrine of the church values very much from this conception the contribution that the village of God, the congregation of God, that creates a church, the church, the different churches, creates societies. President Aznar referred to Aristotle. Aristotle referred to civil friendship as a fundamental condition for democracy to exist. The church and the different churches and different ecclesiastical nominations do make a contribution to the realization of civic friendship in a horizon of universal fraternity. From that viewpoint, it gives importance to the right importance to the different nations, and it defends the principle of subsidiarity when searching for solutions to the problems. Human dignity, church, village among the villages, subsidiarity, common good. And I believe that another genuine contribution from the church is that when addressing the issues, we should never forget the faces of the impoverished. It is not a question of referring only to data, but we are referring to the suffering, to those who suffer from wars, from social and economic inequalities, that suffer from any type of abuses. And from there, we believe that the faces of the suffering is subjected to a constant judgment, the judgment of history. What is the world that we are leaving to the next generations? I think this is the genuine contribution from the church, always in parallel to the mystery that precedes us. It is precisely the mystery that will be waiting for all of us. I think that the social doctrine of the church is also a contribution of hope that provides our steps, no matter how small we are, with a sense, because we are waited. Because we wait and we long for a completeness, we expect for a huge hug. I would like to make a reference to the parable from the Holy Father, Humanitas. It says that the humanity has got a challenge ahead, either constructing a Babel tower or different towers that will compete among themselves in this multipolar world where there are different hegemonic ambitions, or on the contrary, we should be rebuilding a city with doors, a New Jerusalem. And in order to rebuild that city, all the bricks are valuable. What is important is to bring together the bricks from the north, from the south, from the west, and from the east, from different religions, faiths, from different ideologies, from different perspectives. That would be the value of all these bricks, so as to create a dialogue where the bricks will be the fundamentals of that city. And to do that, we need to make a eulogy of the human dignity and the privilege of the common good by recognizing the common public goods, the human family and the home that has been provided to us for human beings to live in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Archbishop, Monsignor. So I take on the idea of social friendship. It is not about local communities, but it is a friendship among different peoples, and which is being questioned by nationalism.
To this idea of what experience and what lessons you draw from your experience to apply to the delivery of public common goods. Yeah. What kind of institutions, societies, financing do we need?
Thank you for asking this question. But let me first make another remark. When I walked on stage, I had a smile. I will explain why. During many times I've been the leader of the Dutch delegation in the week of the US presidential elections. And we speak with congressmen, with professors, with journalists about what's happening in American politics. But we also attended the polling station. And then the chair of the polling station said, please be quiet, we're so honored. We have your delegation from Europe. We most welcome the former Prime Minister of Norway. Okay? But when I walked here on stage, then I saw a picture, but it's not my picture, that's the picture of Kjell Magne Bondevik. And who's Kjell Magne Bondevik? The former Prime Minister of Norway. So there's a consistency of
there's something here.
Then talking about the delivery. I'm happy with your question, because when I became Prime Minister, we used the technique, a system of delivery. And we learned a bit from the UK government, because they were practicing it already. And delivery means you must be very concrete about what are your policy goals. What's the timetable? What are the financial means? Who's responsible? What about governance? And what about reporting, transparency? And I like this system because I could keep my ministers sharp. You receive the color green when you're on track, red if you're not on track, and white if it's too vague. But also, it was a matter of transparency to the Dutch Parliament. So I like transparency and such a system of delivery. José María Aznar referred to the situation of Europe. And we are walking behind when we talk about innovation. It's about competitiveness. What we've seen, Mr. Draghi, the former Italian Prime Minister and former President of the ECB, he's written a report about Europeans' competitiveness. But after 1 year, he gave a speech and he said, are we on track? And he said, we've only realized about 11%. So this is a matter of being concrete in your policy goals. People who know me a bit better, I'm a big defender of the Sustainable Development Goals. I think we need such a global agenda. Mm-hmm. But we have to be honest. At this moment, we've reached about 18%. So we're not on track. And there's a program till 2030. And compare that with the Millennium Development Goals. That was a program for developing countries between 2000 and 2015. But 70 or 80% of these goals have been realized. And now you see huge difference with the SDGs, and it concerns me. Mm-hmm. It is my conviction that when you have responsibilities in politics or in the business sector or in NGOs, it's always about three components. You must have a vision. You're not only somebody who's taking care for what the current developments. No, you must have vision, the power of ideas. That's the reason why you have responsibilities. The second point is you always have to work together with others. You need to cooperate, because you cannot act alone. You need others. And the third one is you must have the focus on results. Vision, cooperation, and results. That's key. I think we've had fantastic debates, and also Archbishop, thank you with your remarks. what we see in today's world is what is really happening. And I'm also a professor and I like reading books. And one of my favorite books is Why Nations Fail, of the Nobel Prize winners Acemoglu and Robinson. It's a beautiful book. It's a result of 15 years research, 3,000-year world history on one question. When are countries successful and when not? And the answer is very clear. One, you must be innovative. If you think things are going well, you can forget it because you have no new ideas, innovation. The second one is you must have the rule of law because it has no use to be profitable or have a turnover if there's a bad legal system, if there's corruption, the rule of law. And a third component I would like to underline today, that is you must have inclusive institutions. People must be able to share in the revenues of economic well-being. And if not, then you get difficulties. People must have the conviction, I'm part of the game. And if I compare this notion of inclusive institutions with the discussions of today and yesterday, then I must say I'm concerned. Let me give an observation of yesterday. We spoke about one big tech guy, and he is a trillionaire. And that happens with extreme rich people in the world. But I spoke also with Alain Baron, one of our founders, and I thank you so much for supporting our activities. You mentioned the example of a law firm. 200 solicitors are working there. And you heard that 100 will lose their job because of AI. So on the one hand, we see the wealth of a few people, on the other hand, people are suffering. And if you talk about the world of AI, this is a matter of what's the future of human beings, about labor. We have to think about it. What about the criminal activities also on internet? There is a moral imperative, and we have to be honest about that. Archbishop, I'm a Protestant, I'm not a Roman Catholic. But I am always convinced about the social teaching of the Roman Catholic Church. I learned from Laudato Si, the important encyclical of Pope Francis, and in which our planet has been described as our common home. We need that. You mentioned human dignity. Also yesterday we had Marianne Mazzucato, a famous economist, and she's written a book about the common good economy. And I'm so convinced that if you're not talking in terms of common good, human dignity, we can't forget it. As I said, I believe in the SDGs, and the basic idea behind the SDGs is leave no one behind. Mm-hmm. Last week I attended a symposium on AI, and one element was of course the technique, the technological aspects. The other one was the moral aspects, and there was a fantastic young lady, she gave a presentation, and she said we need a moral revolution, and it is about humanity. And if you are losing the view on humanity, then you get huge difficulties. And therefore it's so important here we talk about the global public goods, because this is about quality of life for everyone. But you can have beautiful ideas, you can have the right convictions, it's always a matter of how to realize them in practice, and therefore it's so important to talk about delivery systems. The delivery systems can never be separated from the moral imperative. And I think in today's world, we see so many risks. The year 2015 was a good year. That was the year of the SDGs, Laudato Si, the COP21, the climate summit. Mm. And today's world, the world is falling apart. Mm. And President, you were right. Young people, you can see another atmosphere, that's good. But for the time being, we have a lot of concerns, and we have to get out of the situation. I'm proud that we have the Club of Madrid, because you are working together. One of the interesting moments I had, that was a conference in Thailand. And it was about SDGs. And we had people from the Roman Catholic Church, Protestants, Hindus, Muslims, Buddhists, humanists. And the question was, how can we, with different backgrounds, contribute to the SDGs? I think it was a fantastic conference. And if we are not able to find more unity in this world, then you get huge, huge difficulties. So when we talk about the common good, the global public goods, and you're right, it's always about delivery. So let's be very concrete and specific, because we need it in the interest of the next generations and our planet, and for the common good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move now to Mr. Leis, who's heading the Spanish Agency for Cooperation and who deals with delivery all the time. So, Anton, please, can you share with us your experience in this field? Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you so much, Cristina. A pleasure to be here and to be listening so many great leaders talking about principles and values, because I think this is indeed very important in this world we live today. I had a development agency, and it's fair to share with you that the state of the world is not great. We have 120 wars going on. More than 200 million people, as we speak, depend on humanitarian assistance. And we risk backtracking some of the progress that Prime Minister Balkenende was mentioning with the SDGs. We are not on track. We are actually seriously off track. What do I think are the three key elements that will allow us to deliver this common good and ultimately global public goods? I think number one, and with so many leaders around the table, and Monsignor, a religious leader as well, we need political will, leadership. And leadership is something that political scientists are very uncomfortable with, because you cannot model that. You cannot say good leader, bad leader. It is a very human element. If you have people who lead that care about things, things would go in the direction that the previous speakers have mentioned. If they don't care, and if we become transactional, we have no values, no principles, things will go in a very different direction. So I think political will is important. Unfortunately, in today's world, and I think Prime Minister Balkenende was mentioning, and President Obasanjo was mentioning Rwanda, it is very difficult to reach common action today and global agreements where 200 members agree on everything. It would be very difficult today to reinvent the SDGs. Actually, we have a big question on what will replace the SDGs. We need to think that between now and 2030. And if one looks at the geopolitics of the world, it's a bit scary, because we may actually backtrack. But it's very important that we have values at the core of what we do. And there is always a figure that I use in public speaking, which is 4.8 million, which is the number of children that died last year before turning the age of 5. And it's a human drama, and it should appeal to all of us, because these are children that will not be able to go on to fulfill their lives, their dreams. And the number is horrible, but the element and the aspect of it that is really, truly horrible is that that figure increased for the first time in over 100 years because of the budget cuts on international aid and for programs so valuable like the one Sania Nishtar leads with Gavi, immunizing kids, making sure kids get the nutrition they need, of course, stopping all these wars that are, among other things, killing children. And this is something that really should, and there are many leaders in this room, this would be a common failure of humanity. And it's not just, it can be an inflection point. It's like the history of humankind is a history of progress. Over the last at least 200, 300 years, every generation has been better than the previous one. How can we allow a world in which more children die than the previous year? That cannot happen. So I think number one, political will, values. The second one is institutions, and I think on that we probably need to be more pragmatic. There were better times in which we had a collective action, we had the SDGs, we have the Addis Action Agenda, we had the Paris Agreement. Maybe now this is more difficult. That doesn't mean we need to stop. And I don't like the term coalitions of the willing, but we can forge alliances, and this is no longer just governments. It can be faith-based organizations, it can be civil society. Our role of development agencies is less and less do our own projects, but to bring Spanish science, bring universities, bring the private sector as well, investors that can have a financial return but can do good by investing in renewable energies, for instance. So I think we need institutions, and probably in a messier world, there is a colleague of mine that says, when you look at the development arena, it looks like the Star Wars cantina, where you have all sorts of monsters, like from all of the universe. This is the world today, and all these people need to talk. And there may be some that are not willing to move with the rest of us. That's fine. The door is open for them to rejoin, but we need to move forward. We cannot backtrack on global health. We cannot backtrack on climate. And those of us who want to advance, and certainly the people working in my area, we will want to advance. We need to make the world a better place. We need to continue forging. And third point, and I'm glad Monsignor Arguello left the room, because in our culture it's a bit difficult to talk about money. Money matters too. Financing matters. And we have a massive funding gap for the SDGs, 4.3 trillion a year. overseas development assistance that had a massive cut over the last few years is still under 100 billion a year. The rest is in the financial markets, is in the private sector, and we need to find the way of. There is no shortage of money in the world, and there is no shortage of money that would need to go to the global south and some of these problems I'm mentioning, because the growth is there, the demographics are there, and that money needs to flow there because the returns are there. And now it is incumbent on all of us to forge these new partnerships. And by the way, this is not charity, this is not paternalism, this is not verticality. That's the beauty of the SDGs. This is a common agenda for all of us. We all benefit from this. The stability of our African neighbors is the prosperity and safety and stability of our own people here at home. This is, again, is not charity. Values are important, solidarity is important, but this is on our own self-interest. And we need to bridge this financing gap. And sorry, last point, you mentioned how to rebuild trust. I think there is a beautiful word in Spanish, which is contar. Contar has two meanings in English, which is one, to tell a story. And I think we need to tell these stories much more. And unfortunately, there is a missing link with electorates sometimes. This story I mentioned about children dying in the world, it's like, how can we allow this to happen? Sorry, 8 cats are killing people around the world. They are killing people. And it's important we repeat this and that we get into the hearts and minds of our electorates. But also we need, sorry to become more technical, but contar means also count, to put the numbers. And we need to show the impact of what we do with our work, how many lives we save, how we can invest in things that really make a difference, how investing in renewable energy in Africa is a way not only of fixing the planet, and by the way, Africans are very little responsible for the mess we have all created collectively, but it is about creating access to millions and millions of Africans that do not have access to energy now. So we need the numbers, and we need to tell stories that our electorates also can understand and keep supporting solidarity, because this is on everyone's interest, really.
Thank you very much, Anton. You've said that there is no shortage of money, but the challenge is how to channel that money to who needs it. And Gavi shows a very good example of how to put together all these actors and all this will to make a reality, tackling a very, very concrete problem. Dr. Nishtar, how can you share this experience with us? Not just in the health sector, but in general, how was this possible? Sorry, it doesn't work? Can we have oh no, it works.
Well, thank you very much to Club de Madrid for extending us an invitation. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I've been reflecting carefully on what my co-panelists have said. And I think your framing of trust and delivery is a very important framing in today's world. Because when you deliver, you garner trust. If you do not deliver, you do not garner trust. And delivery is basically achieving results. And delivery and results is relevant to any organization and in any setting. It's not unique to a particular environment. We all have to deliver regardless of where we're working, whatever setting we're operating in. But if you look at delivery in the context of the international system, particularly in the multilateral development system, then it has a very important context today. And I think you cannot divorce the conversations from the context. Because there was an era of the Millennium Development Goals where the then G7 were fiscally very affluent and they committed to a compact collectively. And we spent 15 years then and it achieved some remarkable results. And then there was an era of the SDGs where there was attention to more systemic considerations. But the world as we live in today is very different. The reality is that official development assistance is dramatically declining. And official development assistance has had a lot to do with achieving the outcomes or the delivery or the outcomes that we know, especially when it comes to life expectancy, child mortality, infant mortality, maternal mortality, when it comes to reduction in the number of people dying from HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis and malaria. Official development assistance has played a very important role. So the question for us within the multilateral space, within the international development space, in today's reality is how are we going to collectively deliver in the future? And I think that within that equation, there are some questions that are very important. And I think the first question is that we have to prioritize. Of course, development assistance is not going to go to zero, but we really have to prioritize, and we really have to see what gives you more value for money, what gives you more out of a single dollar invested. And of course, there are some things that are quite clear. I mean, we've got evidence in support of certain intervention vis-a-vis others. The second question is, how are we going to deliver? And I think the top-down behaviors that we have ingrained for so long with very good intentions need to now change. And I think country ownership, country sovereignty, country policies really have to be respected. I come from a developing country myself. I may be leading Gavi today, but for the rest of my life, my previous life, I have played various roles in my country. And I know that donors come to countries with very good intentions. And I think recipient countries should be very thankful to them, because it is taxpayer money that you spend elsewhere. And of course, at the end of the day, sovereigns have to be responsible to their taxpayers foremost. So I just want to say that ODA comes to many recipient countries, and I think we should have huge respect for that. But we should also respect country sovereignty. And I think some of the practices that have gotten ingrained over the years have been inadvertently disruptive. And I want to use the word inadvertent because nobody intended for it to be this way. So today, if you look at any country which is a recipient country, and I put myself in the shoes of the former cabinet member that I was, at any given moment you're dealing with several multilateral agencies, you're dealing with several well-intentioned bilateral entities, you're dealing with Gavi and the Global Fund, you're dealing with many private foundations, and you are dealing with over 15 UN entities. And each one of them, and if you're working in the health sector, the focus of each one of them is the primary healthcare setting. Each one of them comes to you with different asks, with different priorities, asking for a different bank account, asking for a different audit, with their own guidelines, with their own procurement manual, with their own set of norms, with their own country teams, with their own focal person, with their own office, with their own grant cycle. And you are writing applications all the time. You're reporting on different indicators all the time. You are conducting audits for various agencies all the time. And in that one primary healthcare center, which is the focus of all these well-intentioned entities, you have vaccines provided by Gavi, you have TB drugs and HIV drugs provided by the Global Fund, you have contraceptives provided by UNFPA, RUTF provided by UNICEF, RUSF provided by the World Food Program, cataract surgery vouchers provided by an NGO, and the list goes on and on and on. And I think when we talk about, because I'm talking about a particular frame of reference of delivery, if you're talking about a particular frame of reference at a particular moment in the history of development where things need to change and must change, we have to radically dial towards country ownership. Countries know what's best for them. And I think we as international agencies need to align behind their plans, their budgets, their reporting frameworks, and their priorities. That's exactly what we've done with Gavi. I mean, Gavi is for those of you who may not be aware, Gavi is an international public-private entity based in Switzerland. Our mandate is to provide access to vaccination, and we do that for 6 out of 10 children in the world, and we do that during global public health emergencies. And we have kept our ear closely to the ground. So I came in 2.5 years ago. My first visit was to 2 African countries, Nigeria in particular. And I listened very carefully from the president to the community health worker and to the patient exiting a facility. And what I heard was loud and clear. Gavi brings enormous value to the system, as do many other agencies, but the processes are very onerous. Simplify your processes. Align with our systems. That's the one thing that we heard. The second thing we heard was, we want to be the ones to make decisions. Number 3, we want more transparency. And we got to work and we pivoted the organization, this very valuable organization, and we made changes, very concrete changes, to align with what they wanted. It's not difficult to do, but I think we have to do that collectively as the international development system. And I think that's the best thing that we can do for countries to allow them to deliver well. There is this huge capacity within countries that sometimes we fail to harness and tap. And in that process, sometimes, the inadvertent top-down behaviors that get ingrained is something for which there is no place in the international development architecture of the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for describing so clearly the challenge between this global governance, global institutions, and the last mile, which at the end is what makes delivery real. Let me now move to the European Space Agency, to a European institution dealing with the space, but at the same time try and to make that the best use of that for the lives of citizens. So, Mrs. Palioras, what is your experience? What can you share with us?
Yes, thank you very much. Just very briefly, for those of you that may not know the European Space Agency, we're an intergovernmental organization. We just celebrated 50 years last year. We have 23 member states and 4 associated countries that we work with, and we cover the whole span of space. So we have astronauts who are the rock stars of our agency. We also are responsible for ensuring access to space through launchers of European origin. We also have an amazing science directorate, which is looking at the solar system and looking beyond the solar system. And closer to Earth is the Earth Observation Directorate, where I work. And we're one of the oldest and the largest of the directorates of ESA. And put very simplistically, what we've been doing in the past and continue to do is to work with scientists who have questions about how the Earth works, the Earth systems on land, on the poles, in the oceans, in the atmosphere, and we work with them to develop satellite missions that allow us to collect valuable data about how our Earth works, which of course then will provide insights on what's happening and what could happen in the future. And the reason I bring up this talk about the fact that we are traditionally an R&D or a science organization is that eventually many of our missions that were really meant to be one-off missions that will last 7 or 10 years turn out to be providing data that is extremely useful and extremely relevant. I mean, if you think about some of the first meteorological satellites. Our first mission was launched in 1977. And within a few months of that, the entire meteorological and weather community said, okay, we can't afford to only have one of these. We need to be thinking about how we can continue to receive this data so that we can deliver important information to the European citizens, but also the globe. We also have another situation where our science missions have started answering questions about our Earth systems and looking at policies of how we need to react to it, or what we can do to prevent further damage to our ecosystems, to our land, to our oceans. And so what has happened also with these science missions is that in 1998 there was the Baveno Manifesto, which looked at establishing, through the vision of many politicians, establishing a European environmental monitoring system, which now today is known as Copernicus. So, I mean, kind of coming back to what Jan Peter was saying, I mean, what we need is people who can scan what's happening in the scientific community, which sometimes is seen as very niche, and then look at there and see where we can make an operational system out of something that was really meant to last only 7 to 10 years. So within ESA, we're working hand in hand with our member states, with industry, with organizations who are helping us look at how Earth observation, satellite Earth observation data can serve policies in order to move from the science to an operational system where we can deliver things that help us understand, for example, where we are with SDGs. 17 of the SDGs have the potential to be monitored, or at least partially monitored, using satellite Earth observations. So I guess what I wanted to say in sum is that what is really needed to start making these types of assets a global good is a political vision for moving from a one-off science mission to an operational system like Copernicus. Thanks.
Thank you. Who would have said 20, 30 years ago, when the agency was established, that data would become a public common good? I mean, that was, I think, out of the question, but now it's a complete reality. Thank you all for framing the situation, but now let's move to concrete examples in your respective fields of actions and knowledge today. So, President Obasanjo, you were mentioning before the examples of Libya and others in Africa, and the role of regional organizations, of ECOWAS concretely. But you have also had a very important role in the African Union, and could you expand a little bit more on how regional organizations, how that ownership that was mentioned before at the national level can also be part of the solution in tackling peace and security, which is the primary public common good?
Thank you very much. I have been
Muchísimas gracias. Yo he trabajado en paz y seguridad en África durante más de 4 décadas. En Sierra Leone, en Liberia, en Guinea-Bissau y también en Etiopía. Lo primero que sucedió es que la UE era la organización internacional que estaba trabajando y que me nombró precisamente a mí representante. Y lo que vieron es que había demasiadas manos trabajando allí, manos europeas, manos americanas, manos de Oriente Próximo. Y tal y como se ha dicho, todos tenían muy buenas intenciones y también querían ayudar.
Pero lo que sucedía es que los intereses que ellos tenían, que eran intereses que partían de muy buenas intenciones, realmente a veces no coincidían con los intereses locales, con los intereses de África. Así que si nos remitimos a la analogía, podemos ver que efectivamente necesitamos un chef, tal y como he dicho, pero también necesitamos asistentes y hay que saber quién tiene que ser el chef en cada momento. En este caso yo sería el chef porque yo soy África, yo soy el país africano, y después tendría mis asistentes a los que yo les diría esto es demasiado, aquí necesitamos más ingredientes, menos, etcétera. Durante Hace 2 años firmamos el Acuerdo de Pretoria. ¿Y qué es lo que hemos aprendido? La lección que hemos aprendido es que es necesario que las organizaciones trabajen en colaboración con las organizaciones locales o con las organizaciones nacionales. Después del acuerdo de Pretoria, que trajo el alto al fuego al conflicto de Pretoria, permitimos que el gobierno nacional de Pretoria, junto con el grupo APL, se encargaran de la política del país, pero nos dimos cuenta que eso había sido un error, en tanto que 6 meses más tarde nos dimos cuenta de que el acuerdo no se estaba llevando a la práctica. Así que volvimos atrás y dijimos, bueno, cada 3 meses vamos a reunirnos para ver qué progreso se ha hecho hasta el momento. Y esa es la lección que aprendimos. Incluso a pesar de haber establecido esa subsidiariedad a nivel regional, a nivel local o a nivel nacional, no hay que dejar que las cosas se sostengan por sí mismas, sino que hay que hacer una monitorización completa, y eso creo que es una cuestión importante que debe ser tenida en cuenta. También me gustaría decir que con todo lo que hemos escuchado estos días sobre la fragmentación del mundo, vemos que el mundo es insostenible. De modo que mi esperanza reside en los jóvenes de todo el mundo. Y también en el enfado que tienen los jóvenes. Son jóvenes que están enfadados y son jóvenes que son dinámicos. Y a mí ese dinamismo me gusta mucho. ¿Por qué? Porque no están de acuerdo con lo que nosotros les estamos dando y sienten enfado y se dinamizan, actúan. Por eso mi esperanza reside en ellos. Segundo, el miedo. Por ejemplo, mi propia cultura, no sé si funciona así en otras partes del mundo, en mi cultura creemos que Dios nunca da 2 cosas a la vez. Que Dios, por ejemplo, nunca da riqueza y poder a la misma persona. Creemos que Dios te dará poder y que tú vas a poder utilizar ese poder para el bien común. Si Dios te da riqueza, Dios quiere que tú utilices esa riqueza para el bien común. Lo que he visto que sucede en todas partes del mundo es que el poder político y la riqueza van juntos. y están en las manos de personas muy poderosas, de muy pocas personas muy poderosas, y esto supone una disrupción de la naturaleza. Tener poder y tener riqueza concentrado en unas solas personas no es bueno para nadie, no es bueno para el mundo y desde luego no es bueno para los bienes públicos globales. Bueno, sí, esperemos que los jóvenes puedan afrontar y responder a este reto. Primer ministro Balkenende, su experiencia reciente tiene que ver con las alianzas y antes ha dicho que tiene gran experiencia con las ODS y que también trabajando en distintos o en su gobierno en distintas coaliciones, el sector privado y en las organizaciones multilaterales. ¿Cómo entonces las alianzas pueden realmente proveer? Pues, ¿cómo pueden ser efectivas? Bueno, Eliana, nosotros hace unos años asistimos a la conferencia de la Agencia Aeroespacial Espacial. ¿Y por qué empezaron a trabajar en el año 2011 los Países Bajos en esas misiones espaciales? ¿Por qué entonces, nosotros nos involucramos en este proyecto tan importante tan tarde? ¿Qué pasa? Que muchas veces tenemos que realmente encontrar modelos que sean realmente integrativos, que traigan a todo, que reúnen a todo el mundo desde el primer momento, de manera que todos los sistemas, las auditorías, la distribución de beneficios esté realmente organizado desde el principio. Y finalmente, ¿qué podemos hacer por la economía? Nosotros aprendemos unos de otros, pero también tenemos que pensar qué es lo que podemos hacer a mayores. Entonces, por ejemplo, en África, ¿qué pasa con la humanidad? ¿Qué pasa con el agua? Tenemos muchas empresas que están trabajando allí y que están intentando también trabajar en Latinoamérica. Tenemos Freezer Compina que hacen productos que saben mucho, pero que proporcionan sus alimentos a niños de Asia. Entonces, la pregunta es, ¿qué podemos hacer juntos? Quizás gracias a las reuniones que nosotros tenemos cada vez que nuestro rey visita un país, a continuación va la ayuda a ese país siempre con el objetivo de la sostenibilidad. Entonces, también si hacemos más reuniones entre las entidades.
So I think this is important. These are big companies, multinationals, but also like the smaller ones. I'm involved in EY. I was part and now a senior advisor. And we have the Emerging Entrepreneur of the Year. And this year there was a guy, fantastic. There's a company with the good role. And they said we should make toilet paper not out of trees, but of bamboo. And they're active in Africa. If I see what they are doing for labor conditions, for circular thinking, it was fantastic. So you have to ask, how can we perform in a better way? This is one example. The second example, maybe you know, we've written a book with the title, Capitalism Reconnected Toward a Sustainable, Inclusive and Over-Market Economy in Europe. And therefore I had contact with an organization, and Professor Noda from Japan is the key figure. And that's a combination of 70 business schools. It's all about the project, The Future of Capitalism. This is important because you can learn from each other. I like that. So sharing knowledge is key. And this is not only research programs, also what are you telling students? So it's really key. I've seen in my country, the University of Applied Science, they've integrated the SDGs into their curricula. And I've seen so much creativity, as the President said, with young people. It was amazing. So you can share knowledge. The third one is, it's always important to talk about relations between people. I listened to a researcher from the United States, and she was investigating how important relationships are. If relations are okay, people perform better, it's a better life and so on. In my country, I can see that there's an upcoming interest in communities. And because if you talk about aging of the population, health issues, people need each other. So you make visible what you can mean for others. I think this is really, really key. And then maybe my last remark, we've been discussing the world of AI. And then you can ask the question, what are we doing? Yes, we are developing AI tools and so on. How are we doing? Yeah, we have techniques and our organization, but the key question is, of course, why are we doing things? Why? Is it a profit-maximizing activity, or is it a matter of helping people? Investing in better relations with people. And what can you do to tackle the big issues of today? And once I attended a Dutch company, and I think it was fantastic, I was inspired by them. I said, what is the title of your sustainability strategy? And they said, it's serve to win. And I underlined the words serve to win. And if you talk in terms of serve, then it's not your own interest, it's serving society. And I think exactly that's what we need. And that's what we try to do as the Dutch Human Growth Coalition. But much has to be done. Therefore, I'm also inspired here with the work of the Club de Madrid, because this is exactly what we try to do, serve society. The awareness that we are on this planet together. We have to find a way out, and we have to really stop with what's happening now. So we need inspiration, we need action, we need cooperation, and, as you said, focusing on results and delivery.
Thank you very much. Let me move quickly. We are running out of time, but we need to hear the other examples. The Spanish cooperation is leading the debate on what is the future of cooperation like, and I would like Mr. Leis to tell us a little bit about it and how this brings delivery of public common goods too.
Well, thank you. I'll be brief, but I think we've talked about the SDGs and how to deliver on them, how we finance sustainable development. And we had in 2015, not just the Paris Agreement, not just the SDGs, but we have the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. The name was maybe a bit ambitious, and I think on the action, let's be clear, maybe we failed a bit, or we haven't had as much action as we have hoped. But last year, Spain hosted, and we were very proud, first country in the so-called Global North to host the Financing for Development Conference that finished with a Compromiso de Sevilla. Compromiso in Spanish translates as commitment. There was some compromise made of course, in having the document, but it's a commitment. And I think, again, the entire development architecture is changing. It's changing. There is less money on ODA, not because of Spain. We continue increasing our ODA because, as I said, this is a strategic investment, and it's not naiveness. Of course, it's buying influence. We have not only continue growing, but also we have reformed our system to become more effective, more efficient, more results-oriented. And this is showing in the influence of our country. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I saw some images in the Spanish media of Palestinian kids watching the World Cup wearing Spanish jerseys. You know, why do they do it? Because of some foreign policy decisions that we have taken and because of our stance on the international arena, defending global solidarity. But beyond that, I think we are shifting from a model based on vertical relationships, aid, perhaps somehow disconnected from common interests like climate, like migration, like global health, health security even, and all of that is becoming, because we need to treat each other like adults. I mean, countries like Nigeria, like Ethiopia, like South Africa, like Brazil, like Mexico, these are strategic partners for us. And these people do not want aid. What they want is true partnership, and that is the way things are moving. And we also, the other shift, and I conclude with this, is from moving from projects to systemic change. And we have some examples on that. AI has been mentioned. Through my agency, we are supporting the development of artificial intelligence in Spanish and Portuguese with our Latin American colleagues, and having a partnership between the EU and Latin America on developing AI, modeled, by the way, on our standards, which are based on human rights, on principles, and so on, and using our languages, because we also know that in the AI space, language introduces some degrees of bias. Another example, rather than funding small projects in sustainable energy, with the EIB, I see the president sitting here with us, EIB leading, but many development agencies of the EU and banks, we are promoting the issuance of green bonds around the world, so emerging economies can raise their own funding for sustainable energy projects. So it's just 100 million euros from a loan coming from Spain from my agency that has translated into a fund that will be worth 3 billion, out of which 2 billion will be private sector, and we all hope collectively to support the issuance of 20 billion in green bonds in emerging economies to finance the projects they want and see important for the green transition in their own terms and with their own priorities. So yes, the world is changing, and of course we can all be very gloom and doom, but there are good elements on having a development architecture that is much more horizontal, much more, as I said, the Star Wars canteen in the previous conversation. Different actors, private sector, science, very important, international organizations, countries of all sorts, all working together with a common purpose, which of course need to be driven by the countries and the communities themselves. So I think it all needs to be locally led, even at the most global of the discussions.
That links precisely what Dr. Nisha was saying before, this need for national ownership, and how you combine that with the impositions coming from international organizations. Dr. Nisha, in your experience, you already described how Gavi has evolved to make that happen. But I would like to ask you, what are the challenges ahead for Gavi too in the current environment of financial restrictions and also mental restrictions regarding international cooperation? But also if you think that can be an example, Gavi can be an example translated to other kinds of organizations and sectors. And this in 2 minutes.
I will be very brief. Reflecting on Gavi's experience, extrapolating it to a larger context, and the larger context being international cooperation, how do we move to the future in what is now called the new global health architecture, and how do we position the funding levers in this new global health architecture, because the funding levers will determine how the institutional architecture and whatever moves on from there. 4 quick points. Firstly, I think we should have a consensus on things that are truly global public goods. These are things that cannot be done bilaterally, and these are things that cannot be done regionally. And the classical example of that is global health security. The recent Ebola outbreak really helps to drive this home. These are things that cannot be done bilaterally, cannot be done regionally. There has to be a global consensus on the mechanisms and instruments, and Gavi is a very important part in the bigger landscape of the institutions that come into play. I think what's key is that we should separate, in terms of financing, we should separate financing for global public goods from aid. These are 2 separate things, and I think over the last 30 years, this kind of gotten conflated. And I think that's the one thing that must happen. It must happen urgently, it must happen concretely, and somebody should drive it. The second thing is there are steamboats in development. You have the tankers and then you have the steamboats. And with a lot of humility, I would like to say that Gavi is an example of a steamboat. Delivers at scale with very little investment. Every dollar you invest, you get $54 in economic returns, perfect partnerships with countries. And I would say a lot of what Gavi is able to achieve is because of the investments countries make, is because of their delivery mechanisms. So I think these kind of steamboat arrangements in development, there should be a consensus to support them over a period of time, so that we don't have to run from pillar to post, looking for resources which bring huge value to countries. And I think this is about prioritization, and this is about being clear on a longer term horizon. The third imperative in the wider global health architecture, excuse me, I want to link back to my earlier comments about fragmentation on the ground. And the imperative that there is for international organizations like us, and all of us, to converge at the last mile, and to converge in support of country plans, and then for countries, in the spirit of sovereignty, to own the financing of their plans as well over a long period of time. And for us to talk about the transition, so to speak. For how long is the development architecture going to fund? What does a transition look like? And what enablement is required at a country level to foster that? And I think that's the third imperative. And finally, the fourth imperative is that we should not centralize things and globalize things when it is not required. Vaccine manufacturing is a classical example of that. Because Africa was at the back of the line during the COVID-19 pandemic, that must not happen again. So there is a very wide-ranging consensus, for example, that the manufacturing of vaccines should now be localized, particularly in Africa, and should be localized to other contexts. And I think these are the areas and these are the examples where we should stay away from globalization and centralization and micromanagement. So to summarize, number one, a clear focus on global public goods, what is truly global public, and the predictable financing which is separate from aid. Number two, having an international consensus on the few agencies that really deliver well at scale, with very high ROI, with very low costs, and having predictable financing along with country co-financing. Thirdly, a consensus on merger at the mile with clear planning on country transitions. And fourthly, divesting from centralization in certain areas, and a cardinal example of that is vaccine manufacturing. These would be my 4 areas.
Thank you very much. Let me use your metaphor. Having the European Space Agency as a tanker, how do you make it a steamboat, and how do you use those data to really make the public aware of of what you do? I'm sorry, we need to be very quick.
No, I understand. I'm standing between you and a break, so I'll try to be brief. What I'd like to bring as a take-home message for everyone is that the data that's delivered by satellite Earth observation is useful for monitoring climate change. It's useful for monitoring the Montreal Protocol, for example. We now see that the Montreal Protocol was successful. The ozone hole over the Antarctic is healing, if you will. And so we can use satellite Earth observation to monitor decisions and policies that have been taken. The other thing that satellite Earth observation data can do is to help set policies. It's to help with setting of regulations, for example, down at a local level of air quality. We need to see that the air that people breathe is healthy for them. We need to see where sources of pollution are, and we need to see where governments need to do more to be able to address the pollutants that are within their control, and how much is coming from outside. So, I think it's difficult to summarize, but what we're trying to do very much with our partners is to look at how we can engage the end users from the very beginning, and to ensure that there's scientifically sound, trustworthy, and long-term data available to everyone to be able to formulate and then follow up on their policies. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your brevity. I think they've won an applause.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, of course.
Thank you so much to Christina and our panelists. I have the distinct pleasure now of welcoming a leader in Europe who has been at the center of so many of the issues that we've already talked about at this conference. Please welcome the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calviño. Okay, welcome. And thank you for being here today. I've been looking forward to this conversation. We have, I think, just enough time to get into some of the complicated but super interesting issues that you've been dealing with recently. And the timing is so good. I was hoping that you could begin with your recent trip to Mexico City, a beautiful city on my continent in North America. Tell us a little bit about what came out of that trip and what it means for the EIB and its relationship with Mexico.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, and it's great that we can start with something that is really concrete. Because a couple of weeks ago, I went to Mexico, and it coincided, it was just 4 days after the high-level summit, where there was a modernized trade and investment agreement between the European Union and Mexico. And I think the fact that the European Investment Bank, which, as you know, is the investment engine of Europe, with a very, very strong foothold here in the EU, 90% of our finance is inside the EU, but also with a very large influence around the world. And I will mention some examples that are very directly linked to the previous panel. But the fact that there was this high-level political meeting, and then 4 days later, the European Investment Bank came with a portfolio of projects for 3 billion euros, sent a number of very important messages. One is that we want to put our money where our mouth is, and I think that's an important message. The second one is that while some people are now lifting and building walls and closing markets, in Europe, our approach is one of engaging and building partnerships with those that share our values, opening the doors to those partnerships, and trying to build bridges around the world, north, south, east, west, across the Atlantic in this case. And that's a very powerful message, I think, which is very directly linked to the conference in Sevilla, Finance for Development, last July, where I also had this very strong feeling that, well, some are pushing back on the multilateral order that has served the world for the last 80 years based on peace, mutual respect, multilateral institutions, which should be modernized and reformed, don't get me wrong, improved, of course. But some are, pushing back on those principles, but my impression is the world is moving on and moving forward with a strong determination to continue to build on those values. And I think the Club de Madrid is a very, very good illustration of that determination and a very powerful message.
So this is something that, we as observers, as journalists observing what's been going on outside the United States, it's as you said, a very clear signal of European priorities, this shifting alliances as the United States pulls back from many multilaterals. But what I'm also seeing for you as an institution is you are clearly responding very quickly to those changing political priorities in the EU. So I'm, not just the building of trade alliances, but now we've seen, as President Aznar talked about, the need for, some in Europe feel there should be more investment in defense, in energy security. These are all priorities that have come up recently, but as a development bank, your time horizons are much longer than the time horizons of a politician. I mean, how do you think about that? How do you balance that tension?
Yes, and I think about this every day because I became president of the European Investment Bank in January 2024. I was previously vice president and minister of the government of Spain for 5.5 years, and that allowed me to have a clear idea of the priorities that the bank could be really making a difference in. Being with a double hat of being Europe's investment engine, but also a multilateral development institution at the heart of the multilateral family, I think that we are uniquely placed to make a difference and to, for example, try to make a difference in financing global public goods, which is the title of today's discussion. So to me, it was clear that we needed to step up on security and defense in Europe, because for many years we have had too much dependence on the US for our defense, it's clear. We needed to also be as impactful as possible in ensuring Europe's energy security, and of course Russia's attempted invasion of Ukraine, and now the escalation of the crisis in the Middle East sends a very clear signal to the world, and especially to Europe, which is we need to break free from our dependence on fossil fuels. And again, the EIB is uniquely placed in this regard. And thirdly, we need to also scale up our support to Europe's tech leadership in key areas, from clean tech to digital, the integration of artificial intelligence, and other areas which are key to the future. And so in all these areas, we're really stepping up. And when it comes to international partnerships, moving, and this was discussed in the previous panel, from a project-based approach to our impact and global strategy approach. Our institution was very much bottom-up, so projects everywhere, and then, okay, we finance those that we consider to be good and that are fully aligned with the principles and the values of Europe and our political priorities, but there may be other alliances which are going to be more impactful in building these global public goods. And that's why, for example, we are scaling up our alliance with Gavi. As my sister Sania Nishtar was explaining, this is good value for money. And what the European Investment Bank does is we transform pledges into money. So when there is a pledge to contribute to Gavi or to a new vaccine manufacturing facility in Africa, we advance the financing that will be repaid with those pledges when they become real. So we make it possible for those facilities to be built. Actually, we are financing 4 vaccine manufacturing facilities in Africa, and only last week we signed an agreement for a 5th one in Egypt. We have in South Africa, in Ghana, Rwanda. So these are super, this is a game changer in terms of provision of global health. And these are areas where the European Investment Bank is, again, uniquely placed because of our financial strength, our global footprint, and our ability to bridge those financing needs. We can really have a stronger contribution, a more strategic approach to our financing around the world. And that's another area where I am really, shifting a bit the approach of the institution.
But let me press you a little bit, because it seems like your to-do list is getting longer and longer. I mean, surely you have to prioritize something or the other. I mean, can you prioritize energy security today with also reducing a reliance on fossil fuels, for example? Like, how do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. We adopted in February 2024, we adopted for the first time a strategic roadmap for the European Investment Bank, for the group, and we are following those priorities. I mentioned the 3 first ones: consolidating our role as the climate bank, including energy security, with a stronger angle of energy security in the last years. Secondly, tech leadership. Third, security and defense. Then, of course, we have other priorities, but those 3 ones, plus the more strategic and impactful approach around the world, would, I think, summarize very well what we are focusing on. And of course, the financial strength is relevant. It's very important. The European Investment Bank has a balance sheet around 600 billion euros. It is one of the largest multilateral institutions in the world, AAA rating, profitable. So every year we have between 2 and 3 billion euros in profits, which we reinvest, we build our reserves, and that allows us to continue to invest without calling on additional capital from our shareholders. It's a very different business model to other institutions, other multilaterals, which depend very much on the will of the shareholders to contribute to build capital. And that puts us in a very good position, I think, to continue to drive some policies that unfortunately maybe other multilateral institutions can no longer be so much vocal about, from climate to women's health or social integration or finance for development, for example.
So I want to come back to looking at the EIB and other multilateral development banks, but first I want to make sure we also don't ignored the subject of this conference, global public goods. As our previous panelist, Dr. Nishtar, raised, can all of these things really be considered global public goods? I mean, do you think it would be useful to define what that really is? I mean, energy security, for example, defense capacity, is that really a global public good? Like, how do you think of it?
Well, no, of course, the global public good is peace. And that peace, security, stability, global health, ensuring that every human being around the world has access to clean energy and affordable energy, and that they can develop their own capacities. But that, it all starts with peace, doesn't it? And a healthy environment and a sustainable sustainable world. So I think it wouldn't be so difficult to identify 5 to 10 global public goods that clearly go beyond the national boundaries and require multilateral cooperation to tackle them. And I think it would be useful, yes, indeed, and it's a very interesting thought that this is different from finance for development, because this is not a bilateral and it's not an equal relationship. Oh, I help you. No, we are joining our forces because this is in our shared interest. And I think that's very much reflecting the attitude of our partners around the world. They want Europe to have a strong voice in the new global order, because Europe has an approach of win-win partnerships between equals based on mutual respect, and very different to those that seem to reflect global alliances as win-lose. So for someone to win, somebody else has to lose. That doesn't reflect at all my experience in life. In private life, it doesn't reflect my professional experience, and I am persuaded that's not the right way forward. And so I think this win-win partnership approach to contribute to financing and providing these global public goods is a very strong, it's a very powerful message to the world.
So since you mentioned Europe's leadership, a couple of our previous panelists also mentioned the need for Europe to move forward, kind of step up in terms of innovation and risk-taking. When you think about your leadership of the bank, how do you balance the need to, kind of deliver those stable, predictable returns with also the need to kind of foster a culture of innovation and risk-taking?
In the case of the European Investment Bank, we have such a large balance sheet and such a balanced balance sheet, which combines long-term financing for publicly financed large infrastructures in Europe and high-risk endeavors of new technologies in climate action, extremely risky, support to startups, investing and supporting Ukraine, which is of course a country in war, so extreme risk, with other projects in middle-income countries that are profitable and less risky. So that allows us to actually continue to take risk and increase our impact in that regard. But I think an important message to leave is this one of Europe. And when people say Europe needs to have a strong voice, and some I read as saying Europe needs a stronger leadership, I want to emphasize the power of democracy, and I know the Club de Madrid is very much stressing this importance. So the European Union is 27 democratic countries. And each country has its own public opinion, has its own institutions, has its own political priorities. And that means that our decision-making process is slower, obviously, than a dictatorship. It requires much more compromising and balancing and taking account of the opinions of a diverse array of points of view and societies, but that is what the European Union is about. And it's a very different approach to those of the large global superpowers right now, but that's what makes us strong. And I think we should really not forget and not underestimate the importance of preserving our democracies and our values, because they are being not only put to the test, but even challenged or attacked from many sides. And I think this is the value of Europe for the world that we need to really cherish and nurture.
And to just turn your view beyond Europe for a moment, because I know you are also, you have a leadership role among your peers of other multilateral development banks. Many of them, including the World Bank, have seen a similar kind of shifting, reordering of their priorities. What lessons are you taking from them, bringing to them? Like, what's that conversation like?
Well, we're preparing to take on the chairmanship of the Multilateral Development Bank heads next year. This year it is the Asian Development Bank. I was just last week in the UK to coordinate our action with the G20. They will be, the United Kingdom will be chairing the G20 next year. And we are counting on having a much closer relationship and cooperation with the UK than has been the case this year with the US, which actually it has been zero. So next year, we're really hoping that the Multilateral Development Bank family will also be able to contribute to the G20 priorities. And we have discussed with our fellow multilateral institutions and identified 5 areas where we would like to have breakthroughs next year and to make a difference. The first one is mobilization of the private sector, one of the top priorities of the Sevilla conference, and I could speak for hours about the ideas we have in this regard, but very important, everybody agrees, it cannot only be public finance, we need to mobilize the private investment. Secondly, water and sustainability, which I would say it's climate action, but you know, it's water and sustainability. Thirdly, global health and human skills. Fourthly, critical minerals, ensuring secure and stable supply chains is also a public good, but we need to make sure that this is balanced and fair. And finally, artificial intelligence. So these are the 5 areas that we are working on at different levels, and that I hope next year with our drive we will be able to also bring value added to the world. Just for instance, when we're talking about critical minerals, many countries are very wary of, okay, am I going to get the fair returns? We don't want to just be extractive, and we don't want just for a company to come bring the minerals out of the earth and then take them away. We want to also have the value added of up the scale, up the supply chain, so that this brings value to our local communities. Okay, the multilateral network can surely make a difference in ensuring that the clauses of the contracts are fair, that we are providing technical support and financing to those countries so that we're moving in the right direction. And so I really would like to move from great ideas to action on the ground and have concrete deliverables for the multilaterals, and I'm sure we will succeed next year.
Well, that is a very ambitious agenda. I wish you the best of luck. This has been a fascinating conversation, and you've raised a lot of issues that I think we will continue to discuss in our next session. So thank you again, Nadia, for that discussion. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I just want to announce, I know everyone is eager for the coffee break. That will take place, as it did yesterday, in the breakout sessions, our thematic sessions. So you know where to go. Those of you who are interested in the AI panel, Digital Public Infrastructure is in the Martin Beguet room. Water as a global public good, Gloria Fuertes. And Solutions in Motion will again be in Berlanga. Thank you. we're ready to start. Could you all please take your seats? Could you all please take your seats? We're now in the conclusion of the formal part of this year's annual policy dialogue. I want to welcome you back to the auditorium. Thank you for staying with us to this point, and I hope that you've all had a chance to think, as I have, and reflect on how much we've covered in these last 2 days, 2.5 days. And really, like, the range of discussion has been remarkable. I mean, we've discussed this concept of global public goods from first principles to new ideas. We've had speakers ask us to consider these issues from the highest levels of policy all the way to the grassroots. And now I'm sure many of you are thinking about what's next, how to move on. And so that's the focus of these last two speakers, a new contract for collective action. So we'll start with a message from a Nobel Peace Laureate and leader who's lived the long road in his own country from conflict to nationhood. He'll speak to us by video, the President of Timor-Leste, José Ramos Horta. Please welcome him.
Excellencies, dear friends, I apologize for my absence on this 25th anniversary of Club de Madrid, but I could not let this moment pass in silence, because what you have debated over these 2 days is not a policy exercise. It is a question of survival. I speak as a sitting head of state who confronts daily the consequence of governance failures decided elsewhere and suffered here. Timor-Leste did not inherit stability. We built it brick by brick from the ruins of occupation and resistance with the solidarity of the international community. Now, as climate shocks intensify, digital divides widen, and multilateral institutions lose their grip, I watch that hard-won stability come under pressure again, not from within, but from a world order that was never designed for a nation like mine. The paradox of our times is stark. We are more interdependent than ever. Yet, the systems for managing that interdependence are fracturing. Geopolitical rivalry, transactional logic, and the erosion of institutional trust have opened a widening gap between the scale of our shared challenges and our collective capacity to meet them. For small island states, for conflict-affected nations, for all countries, if they are honest, this is not an abstraction, this is a matter of survival. Timor-Leste's journey carries one lesson worth restating. International cooperation is not charity, it is the foundation of our coexistence. The support the international community extended to our independence was an investment in a rules-based order from which all nations benefit. We must now apply that same logic to the global public goods of our time. Water security for us means confronting rising seas and unpredictable rainfall that threaten our coastlines and our food supply. Global health means knowing that the next pandemic will reach us last on the distribution list, as COVID-19 did. Digital infrastructure means watching the global economy accelerate. On broadband, we do not have them. These are not policy areas chosen to frame a dialogue. They are litmus tests of whether the global order works for all of us or only for some. This moment of disruption is also a moment of opportunity, but seizing it requires us to be honest about two things. On governance, we cannot manage 21st century in the interdependence with 20th century institutions. Legitimacy must be earned through participation, accountability, and the meaningful inclusion of the notions of the nation that bear the greatest cost of global failures while exercising the least influence over global decisions. And let me be explicit, democratic governance is not a luxury in this equation. It is a foundation. Governance frameworks that sideline democratic accountability do not merely offend principle, they fail in practice. On financing, we cannot continue to rely on aid models that are underfunded, fragmented, and increasingly wielded as geopolitical instruments. What is required is a shift from official development assistance to global public investment, a framework where all contribute according to capacity, all benefit according to need, and all participate in decision-making. This is not charity, it is shared responsibility. It is in that spirit that I am proud to announce that Timor-Leste is joining the coalition of governments and international organizations for global public investment. As co-chair for Asia, alongside Colombia for Latin America and Senegal for Africa. We are a small nation, but we are not a passive one. We intend to use this platform to pilot GPI models in water, health, and digital infrastructure, and to ensure that the countries with the most at stake have a genuine voice in the decisions that shape our future. The Pact for the Future, COP31, the reform of the international financial architecture, these are not distant events, they are imminent choices. And history will ask us what we did when we had the chance. I leave you with this. In 1996, I stood in Oslo to accept the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of a people who had not yet won their freedom. I spoke then of the duty of memory, of honoring those who sacrificed by building something worthy of that sacrifice. That duty now extends forward. The global public goods we secure or fail to secure will determine whether our children inherit a wall of solidarity or a wall of fracture. The Club de Madrid holds rare authority, the moral weight of leaders who have held power and chosen to use it for democratic ends. We have always stood as a beacon of democratic leadership and global cooperation. This is not a credential, it is an obligation. Let us thus turn it into concrete action. Your legacy will be measured not by the power you held, but by the good you continue to share. Muchas gracias a todos. Un abrazo.
Thank you. And it's now my pleasure to welcome back to the stage to close out this session the President of the Club de Madrid and President of Costa Rica, from 2010 to 2014, Laura Chinchilla.
Well, I will begin by keeping a promise with all of you, and that is that I will be very brief. But dear colleagues and friends, President Ramos Horta has just reminded us with the moral clarity that has marked his life that cooperation is not a luxury of calm times, but a necessity of difficult ones. Allow me then to close these 2 days of rich discussions, thoughtful debate, and valuable exchanges with gratitude, conviction, and with a sense of direction. Our gratitude goes first to the members of the Club de Madrid who have joined us in Madrid and once again place their experience and judgment at the service of a shared purpose. To our partners, speakers, facilitators, advisors, and friends whose ideas and commitment have enriched our conversation. To our donors and partners whose support has made this dialogue possible. And most importantly, to all of those who contributed behind the scenes to ensure that these conversations took place in an atmosphere of openness, trust, and collaboration, especially to the Secretariat of Club de Madrid, Maria Elena, and the team, and I ask for them a big round of applause, please. Thank you for the extraordinary professionalism, dedication, and hard work that you did. Over the past 2 days, we have examined one of the defining challenges of our time, how to govern and deliver global public goods in a world marked by growing fragmentation and uncertainty. We have discussed climate, health, technology, finance, security, and institutional reform. But beneath these different themes lies a common question: how do we preserve and strengthen our capacity for collective action when cooperation itself is under strain? We do not leave Madrid with all the answers, nor should we expect to. But we'll leave with something equally important: greater clarity about the nature of the challenge, a stronger partnership, and a renewed confidence that cooperation remains possible. One message emerged repeatedly throughout our discussions: democracy, effective governance, and international cooperation cannot be separated from one another. Citizens will continue to trust democratic institutions only if those institutions are capable of delivering results. Likewise, multilateralism will retain legitimacy only if it helps address the problems that affected people's daily lives. That is why the discussion about global public goods is not an abstract exercise. It is about peace and security. It is about health and climate stability. It is about access to opportunities and rapidly changing digital world. Ultimately, it is about the conditions that allow people to live with dignity, security, and hope. For Club de Madrid, this agenda is especially important. One of our strengths lies not only in the experience of our members, but also in our ability to bring together different voices, perspectives, and institutions around common challenges. In a time of growing polarization, creating spaces for dialogue may seem like a modest contribution. In reality, it is an essential one. As former democratic leaders, we, the Club de Madrid's members, understand that progress is rarely linear and lasting. Solutions require passion, trust, and coalition building. We also know that the most important advances in human development have been achieved not by acting alone, but by working together. The task before us now is to carry forward the ideas and recommendations that emerge from this dialogue and translate them into practical action. Club de Madrid will continue to do its part by using its voice, its experience, and its convening power to support more effective, legitimate, and inclusive approaches to the governance of global public goods. Dear friends, we leave Madrid with much work ahead, but also with renewed confidence in what can be achieved when people of different backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives come together in a spirit of cooperation. At a time when fragmentation dominates many headlines, these past 2 days have reminded us of something equally important. Our capacity to build common purpose has not disappeared. It remains one of humanity's most valuable public goods. So once again, thank you very much. Safe travels for those who need to leave Madrid, and for those who stay here, be careful with the sun. but try to enjoy the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. We'll now break for lunch, and for those of you who are joining the special session later this afternoon, that will be back here in the auditorium. Thank you again.